All right, so welcome into the hot shop. This is a good chance for me to test out my mic, even though you guys are right in front of me. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me all right. And yeah, looks like I do have my closed captioning, which is good. These loud torches right here, they come up quite a bit. But we have a visiting artist in the hot shop with us today. So for those who are just joining, I'm just going to give a little overview of what we're doing today. But our visiting artist today is Jason Christian, and he's the one over in the back there. Everyone else in here is kind of assisting him in what he is creating today, which is one of his giant yo-yos made out of glass, of course. And this is made out of multiple components that are then brought together. They are two large discs of blown glass and then this large solid ball of glass in the center. So this is a huge project, and because of that, we've turned on our largest reheating furnace over there. It just has the largest diameter, so we can fit wider pieces inside of it. And of course, over on the right, we have something completely different happening. I won't really be focusing on this, but if anyone has any questions, ask away. This is a sort of hands-on workshop that's going on over on the right bench. So there will be people coming down throughout the day and blowing their own small items out of glass. So Jason Christian, he visits us in the hot shop relatively frequently. He is a local artist. He was born and raised on Whidbey Island and started blowing glass at the age of 21 and is still continuing to be a really prominent glass blower in the Pacific Northwest. He is an integral member of Chihuli's Boathouse team, Dale Chihuli's Boathouse team over in Seattle. And nostalgia inspires some of his most significant works. So once again, right now, for those who just joined in, we're making a giant yo-yo out of glass, and this is definitely hinting towards nostalgia. And Jason Christian, he's the one who's working with the glass at the center bench right here. And everyone else is kind of just assisting him in creating his works today. We do have one of his pieces on this front pedestal right here. He creates a wide variety of works using a lot of different Venetian techniques, for example. And I've been told that we have a video that we can play on him, so let's test that out if we can. And we should have a slideshow as well, kind of showing off even more of his previous works. So this is the slideshow that's popped up on the screen. Also, this piece of glass at the center bench, it has a really intricate pattern across the entire piece. And I'll try to point out an image on the screen that has a similar texture, but this patterning is called reticello. And it has all these kind of crisscrossing lines of color, and it creates these small air bubbles in between those crisscrossing lines, as well as just a really intricate method of creating a pattern, basically. So these ones right here, for example, this also has reticello, has all those crisscrossing lines across the surface of the piece. And do we have that video to test out?
name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Whidbey Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. We're making really big yo-yos. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. The patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. You know, I met a lot of these guys, you know, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
So I was describing to some people in the front, but this bubble of glass that we have on the end of our pipe, basically this was made on a previous date. They did a little bit of prep work where they created this pattern, which once again is that Radicello pattern, those crisscross lines of color. And they turned it into basically a cup of glass that had that pattern on it and the color. And all we've done is we have picked that cup up on the end of our pipe, and that has sealed off the opening and basically just created a bubble on the end of our pipe. So now we can blow this out into one of the discs, or an entire half of the yo-yo, kind of like what you were seeing in the video. And yeah. We'll probably gather a layer of clear over top of this, or letting it sit and cool down at this moment. Also, we will be using this large silver box in the front pretty frequently, so just to point out the use of this is the garage, and anything we put inside of it is preheated up to or kept at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that sounds pretty warm, but this is a happy medium temperature for glass. It's not hot enough to melt it, and it's also not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock, so it's just holding it at a healthy temperature. Also, we've just gathered one more layer of clear, so if you haven't seen the glass furnace yet, that's that large tank with the closed door. And inside of there we have a ceramic crucible holding up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. That sits at a pretty consistent 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, 24/7. And for everyone who just joined in, because I know there are some new faces here and there, today we have a visiting artist. His name is Jason Christian, and he's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. He'll continue to work throughout the day on his own kind of personal projects. And what we're working on right now is one of his giant yo-yos made out of glass. And we just saw a video on how these kind of turn out, but it's basically these large discs of glass attached together just by a single ball of solid glass in the middle. And these are impressively large, so we have turned on and are using our largest reheating furnace in the back there, which you can see we are covering up every now and then to prevent heat from escaping. And this glass has a pretty special pattern across the surface of it, something called reticello, all these crisscrossing lines of color. And these are coming from cane, which I have examples up here, but they are just sticks of colored glass. And if anyone would like to kind of get a rundown of how we got that patterning, feel free to ask and I can do my best to explain it. We also have a diagram to explain it a little bit better visually. But Jason Christian, he is a local artist. He was born and raised on Whidbey Island and is a current integral member of Chihuly's Boathouse team over in Seattle. And nostalgia inspires some of his most significant works. So, of course, this giant yo-yo is a really good reference of that. And I want to point out for any newcomers as well that this is something that Jason made a while back here as well on this front pedestal. Yeah, he does a pretty wide variety of works, and if you stand up close to this piece, you can actually see all the individual lines of color that help add to the texture. So we're going ahead and we're gathering one more layer of clear over top of everything we have so far. And this is mostly to build up mass for the piece, but sometimes we also gather clear to kind of protect layers of color and pattern underneath. And we're using a pipe cooler, which some of you guys might not be able to see. So just to point out, it's a trough of water that we set the pipe down into, which is why you might see some steam rising. Now, right here, Jason is using a tool that sounds a little bit odd when you first explain it, but this is just some folded up newspaper soaked in water. And using this can kind of change the shape of the glass or the bubble itself. And it's as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. So we're starting to blow this bubble out. This can be pretty quick and easy to miss, but whenever we have our mouths on the end of the pipe is hollow, so we're just pushing air through and into the glass, expanding it like a balloon. And next we're rolling this glass on the Marver, which is this metal table. We do have these throughout the hot shop. This one is the largest one. And when we're rolling the glass on the Marver, this is partially to shape it, but also to kind of cool certain sections of the glass bubble and concentrate the glass in certain areas. So this is going to help prevent the bubble from blowing out too much kind of further down near the very bottom of the piece. It's kind of hard to orient everyone with this piece of glass because there isn't really a bottom or a top with a yo-yo, but the area that's furthest away from the pipe is the area that we have to worry about cooling down. And I haven't mentioned to the newcomers, but over on the right, we have some kind of hands-on workshops going on. So if you're curious, those are some things that you guys can actually sign up for yourselves as well. And yeah, they just make some small items over there, such as ornaments and paperweights. So after cooling the bottom of the bubble pretty consistently, you can see we have a large mass of clear on the bottom. And this is where we'll be connecting the center of the yo-yo. So we'll have that large solid ball in the middle, and then we'll have our two discs on either side. And we're heating up the area where the glass is connected to the pipe, preparing to create the jack line, which you'll see in just a moment. Using these two metal blades, we create a line in the glass, which we then break the piece off from later on. So after heating the glass one more time, Jason goes in with the jacks and starts to create that jack line. And I know we've had quite a few new people join in here and there, so could we have Jason's slideshow up on the screen again, please? So I just want to make sure everyone has a chance to see these images of our visiting artist artwork before we move on. But today we have Jason Christian in our hot shop, and he is a local glass artist. He's born and raised on Whidbey Island and is a current integral member of Chihuli's Boathouse team. And this is all of his work up on the screen. And on this front pedestal closer to the right side of the hot shop right here too, it's kind of nice that we have one of his physical works as an example right here. And these are the giant yo-yos up on the screen, kind of like what we're making in the hot shop today. And they are impressively large, so I've been pointing out we are using our largest kind of reheating furnace in the back right there. It has the largest diameter. Thank you. So at the center bench, we've started to heat this bubble up, and we're angling it in such a way and spinning it pretty quickly that it's widening the bubble and kind of shortening the bubble. Since we are turning this into a disc, we want a little bit of a squatter, wider bubble to start off with. So all of our furnaces, they all run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, our glass furnaces, those are the tanks with the closed doors specifically. And that's where we're getting our fresh molten glass mixture. Those stay at a pretty consistent 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. But all the other kind of open-faced reheating furnaces, those are all between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And they all run off of natural gas and forced air. Meanwhile, some of our torches, they actually run off of propane and oxygen, so we do have a couple of different fuel sources in here. And to make sure these two discs that we're creating for our yo-yo are about the same size, we're just making sure that we're hitting the same width for our bubble. We already created the first bubble. It's attached to... Actually, did we create our first? Anyway, we are creating two of these bubbles that are going to be the same size. They're going to be sandwiched on either side of basically a large glass marble in the center. Also, just to point out this box again, we're continuously using this throughout the day, this large silver box. This is called the garage. There's a flame in the corner, and it stays at just about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we use this box to keep things warm or to preheat things up to that temperature. And this just keeps things pretty stable. It doesn't allow them to break from cooling down too much. Yeah, so the colors in the hot shop that you see aren't exactly true to how they'll turn out as a final product. And the best way to describe this is the glass is so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat. So while we're working with the glass, it's glowing red, it's glowing orange, glowing yellow, depending on how hot it is. So right now it has a little bit of a red tinge to it, but I think that it's supposed to be more of a blue as a final product. Also in the front here, this is one of our top load annealers, and it looks like we've been preheating a disc of glass. And right after picking this up, this goes immediately inside of that reheating chamber. We just want to make sure everything stays nice and warm. So now we're using this pretty small focused flame to heat up both the very end of our bubble and then the very end of this little ball in the center of the disc. And this is where we're going to be connecting these two pieces together. We want to make sure those two connections are hot to the point of them basically being molten so that they stick together like glue. And just like that, we have brought our two pieces of glass together. And they're letting this connection set up and stop moving so much before they break this second smaller pipe away. Just a little tap of the pipe. And of course, to add our final component, we have one more large blown glass bubble like we had originally attached to this pipe, and we will attach that to the other side of our disc. Also, just to point out, this glass that we're working with, we're keeping it pretty cold. It's not moving very much. It's obviously not molten at the center bench, but it's still just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe even a little bit warmer. And that's why we don't touch anything in the hot shop, even if it looks cold. But this piece of glass, if we let it drop below that temperature, it can start to crack and break, which is why we're going back and forth from the furnace to the bench so frequently, even though we're not quite altering the shape. So just now we focused quite a bit of heat to the very end of this ball at the center bench. And this is to cut a little bit of excess glass off, mostly just to make sure that this color goes all the way to a nice point and there's no kind of clear windows or clear gaps into the piece. And there's that second bubble over on the left bench, by the way. Eventually we'll bring that over and we'll attach it just to the very end of the disc like we did with our original bubble. Yeah, that's a really good question. So when we finish the process, these pieces of glass have to go inside of one of our mini annealers, which are these large black boxes on our far walls. These ones in the front are also technically annealers, but we usually use the ones on the wall because they're so large. But they stay at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and they stay at that temperature all day as we continue to fill them up. And then at the end of the day, we press a button, and they're programmed to very slowly cool. And that happens for about 12 hours, sometimes longer, depending on the thickness of the glass, but 12 hours is relatively average. So just like that previous time, we're going to heat up our 2 connection points until they are basically molten using this smaller handheld torch. And I'm sure you can already tell how hot this torch is because of that bright blue flame, but just to point out, this is technically the hottest item in the hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I've been told, which the molten glass sits at just about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, so that's over 2 times the heat of just honey-like molten glass. I think it's really impressive. So this time, Jason will be connecting these 2 pieces of glass together from outside of the bench. And this just allows him a better view of that connection point and makes sure that the entire piece is centered. We're still just heating up those 2 connection points. We want to make sure they are basically molten. And sometimes you'll see us heat up the back end of the piece where it's connected to the pipe. This area tends to get pretty cold. We want to make sure that that connection doesn't crack. So I just brought our 2 pieces over to the center bench. And just like that, the pieces are pushed together and everything is connected. Now first, Jason makes sure that that connection is centered. And next, he's running a tool along that connection to slightly cool it and also just help center it. After that connection is secure, they break away the second pipe. And then we go straight back in for a flash, just making sure everything stays at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So next, we'll go through the process of opening that end bubble up into a plate-like shape to create our half of the yo-yo. And yes, this piece is quite long and pretty heavy as well, so you see a team of 3 people lifting it sometimes just to make sure that they're not creating too much strain on one person. So, do we have the reticello diagram? Yeah, so there's a diagram I want to show to you all. I've been talking about this design quite a bit today, but this bubble that's connected to the pipe, that has a design called reticello, which you can see right here. And this is created from something called cane, which are basically these sticks of colored glass. They can lay them all out side by side on a tray and then roll those pieces of cane up on the outside of a bubble. And they can twist this and, well, of course, create a cup out of one of them. And then they create a second bubble and stuff it inside of that cup. And this creates these overlapping lines of color. And because the cane has kind of a raised surface to it, it creates all these little air pockets that are trapped in between as well. Just another little added detail that comes with reticello. But this is something that our visiting artist, Jason Christian, creates pretty frequently with his work. He works with reticello quite a bit. So that's just one example of the many, many different designs that you can get in glass, and that's what we're seeing today. Thank you. So I can't quite hear you, but I was trying to read your lips, and you're saying something, asking something about how does that connection not break? So as long as they keep all of the connections just warm enough, then nothing should break. As long as, yeah. I mean, if it was heavy enough and it was hot enough, then it would start to bend and fall off center, but it wouldn't quite break. Meanwhile, if it was cold and heavy, then it really could just snap off, yeah. Yeah, you have to keep glass really balanced. They're keeping it just warm enough and also just cool enough at the same time. So I get questions about glass breakage or mistakes happening every once in a while. And honestly, you don't see the people on this hot shop floor make mistakes pretty frequently. And that's because a lot of the people that come through here are very professional artists, including our visiting artist today, and can definitely attest to that since he works under Dale Chihuly as part of Dale Chihuly's Boathouse team, which is just huge. But yeah, I have never seen one of these break. Sometimes if the artists get pretty experimental and they're doing something that's outside of their comfort zone, then you might see something. But And we're just starting to open this up. We're going inside of the piece with a pair of pachofis. And the idea behind pachofis is we have two wooden or graphite blades. It depends on which artist you have, usually. And these are pretty gentle on the glass, unlike the metal blades that we use. Those metal blades, they can cause some gouging and scraping as we use the tips of them along the inside of the piece. Yeah, whenever we're making low shapes, like a low bowl or a plate or platter shape, we'll usually use the pachofis and kind of widen it from the inside. Now, what's really fun when making these sort of plate-like shapes is when the glass gets wide enough, the way they finish it off, finish making the shape, is they spin the glass pretty quickly, and that flares it open from centrifugal force. Yeah, so the glass artists frequently give each other breaks, and so they'll switch roles, just like you're kind of seeing here. And these pipes are much larger than what we usually use. The ones that we usually use are maybe about 10 pounds of weight in a hollow pipe, but this one is larger, so I'd assume maybe 15 to 20 even. Yep, so there was our first glimpse of them spinning the glass to open it up. No, do this one more time, it looks like. And to finish this shape off, of course the yo-yo has kind of a dome shape on either side, and so Jason is actually going to bend the glass back on itself just a little bit, and he's pushing it from the front using the newspapers, once again just folded up newspaper soaked in water, and he's pushing the pachofis closer to the center on the back side of the disc. And this wooden paddle is mostly just to make sure everything stays straightened out rather than actually apply any pressure. And just to point out, since this piece of glass is pretty wide now, a lot of the heat is just hitting the front of that disc. It's not going further back onto the piece as much as it did earlier anyways. So we're going to start using these torches quite a bit on the back end of the piece. Now, this might be a little bit hard to imagine, but we're going to do the same thing to the other side of this piece that's currently attached to the pipe. And the way that they get access to this side of the piece is eventually they'll bring over another pipe and they'll attach it to the front of the disc that we just created. Then we'll have to break it off of the pipe that it's on right now. And it looks like we are already preparing that pipe over on the left bench. They're just keeping this glass warm at the center bench. They're not trying to alter the shape very much from here. Yeah, and I know some new people have joined in here and there, so I just want to show off our visiting artist slideshow again. Could we have Jason's slideshow up on the screen? Thanks. So for those who haven't seen this slideshow yet, this is some of our visiting artists' previously made artwork, along with the piece that we have on the front pedestal, too. And our visiting artist today is Jason Christian. He's the one who's currently sitting and working over on the left bench, but he will eventually come back to the center bench and start working even more. Now, he is a local artist. He was born and raised on Whidbey Island and is a current member of Chihuli's Boathouse team, which I've been mentioning on and off throughout the day. And nostalgia inspires some of his most significant works. So this piece that we're making right now is one of many of his yo-yos that he's been working on for forever. And Jason is really skilled when it comes to different kind of Venetian designs. And this comes into play with a lot of the textures that you're seeing in the glass. This is a lot of different cane work. So these sticks of colored glass, they eventually turn into these designs that you're seeing. It looks like we're getting pretty close to attaching that pipe to our piece of the center bench. So we've just brought that pipe over. We're attaching this just perfectly centered to the bottom of our piece. And once that connection is more set up and not moving so much, then we'll break this piece off of its original pipe. And to do this, we apply some water to the glass. This actually cracks the connection enough to pop it off. So we quite literally break the glass off of the pipe. And luckily we have a pretty good view of this up on the screen. Looks like we're going in with a file dipped in water. Then we tap the pipe, and that pops the piece right off. And right away we go back in for a flash, just making sure everything stays warm. And now we can start working on opening up this other end, just like we did with our first side. And this side that we're working on now, this has the reticello design, those crisscrossing lines of color, which I pulled up a diagram of earlier, but if anyone missed that, feel free to let me know. So to be able to open this up, we have to start applying a massive amount of heat just to the front of the piece. So we're going in with these fluffy flames. These actually run around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, so between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But these torches will heat up a section of glass at a time instead of the overall piece, which we do have to heat up the overall piece just to make sure everything's staying warm. So to start opening this up, we're going inside with the jacks, which are the two metal blades. And this is just to start getting the opening wide enough to start using the pachofis, which some of you might remember are the wooden blades that we were using earlier to kind of widen it from the inside. So just as I mentioned earlier, it looks like next we are going in with the pachofis. So we've gotten to the point where it looks like we're starting to turn the glass pretty quickly and flare it out from centrifugal force. At least starting to. And as this gets wider and wider, it's going to start blocking the heat kind of on the back end of the piece. Also, I'm sure you guys have already noticed, but we're using this large wooden board to block a lot of heat from hitting the artists as they're heating up the glass inside of our furnace. And that disc has been opened up to basically its full size. Now we'll just go through the process of curving and pushing this disc back until it creates a half circle, just like our first side, or a half sphere, or a dome, something like that. And once again, going in with that wooden paddle, just making sure everything stays straight and even. Also, I do want to mention, kind of emphasize, this is a really large amount of glass. You don't usually see this amount of glass being worked with in the hot shop here when you just come in on a normal day. So, pretty exciting that we're seeing a massive piece. So we've set up a bit of a different torch. We're using the same fuels and setup as our smaller handheld torch, but we have one that has a bigger face, so we have a bigger flame. It looks like we're heating up just the lip of the disc. Also, usually when you see people wearing gloves in the hot shop, it's when they're really, really close to the piece of glass and there's no way to shield them from the heat that's coming off of it, or it's to get a little bit more grip on the pipe and help them with turning it. But those are really the only reasons you see us wearing gloves in the hot shop. It's just not very common. It kind of hinders your movement. Since there's so many components attached to each other in this one piece, they're continuously going through the process of touching everything up. We're making sure everything is staying really symmetrical before we break the piece off and put it away. And you'll notice we heat the area where the glass is connected to the pipe, but we're also heating kind of the rims of the discs sometimes. And this is sometimes to touch them up, but it's also because the glass is so thin and it's so far away from the center of everything that it's cooling down pretty quickly. Just trying to keep everything balanced when it comes to the heat. So it looks like we are getting ready to break the piece off of the pipe and put it away. So we do it to continue to keep the glass warm, once again at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But in the meantime, we have somebody who's getting suited up. They're going to put on a big shiny suit, kind of reflect the heat away from him, and then he's also going to put on these Kevlar gloves that allows him to physically pick up the piece of glass. So now we're ready to break the piece off of the pipe. What we do is we apply a little bit of water to the connection point just at the very end of the pipe. This is causing some small cracks to form from thermal shock. Then we tap the pipe. And that was a successful break. Let's give them a huge round of applause for finishing that piece. So that was our first yo-yo of the day completed. These are huge projects. We've been working on this since before the museum even opened this morning. And yeah, once again, the person who designed and created this piece of glass, his name is Jason Christian. He's the one in the burgundy colored sweater. Yeah, for those who just joined in. And I do have a video that kind of talks about himself a little bit, just so you can get to know him better. So could I have the Jason Christian video, please? And yeah, thanks for sticking around. I know a lot of you guys were here for hours. You were determined to see that piece finished.
My name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from
We have
Coopville,
this
Woodby
turned up a
Island,
little bit.
Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. We're making really big yo-yos. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello, Emerletto, the filigrana patterns. And I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. The patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff. I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny, when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. You know, I met a lot of these guys, you know, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
And welcome to those who are joining in. Yeah, once again, today we have visiting artist Jason Christian, and he's the one standing at the center bench. And that video that was just playing, that was just him talking about his work. And we are seeing him make some yo-yos in the hot shop today, just like the video was showing as well. These are pretty popular works of his. And Nostalgia inspires some of his most significant works, including those yo-yos. And we just finished one of those yo-yos, and so they're probably just taking a little breather, and they are getting ready to get started on their next thing. Just kind of deliberating. Also, this piece down on the front pedestal, this is one of Jason Christian's work. We actually do have some of his work physically in person, which is really nice. And I do have a slideshow of his work as well, which I haven't gotten to play in a little bit. So could I have Jason? Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So this is Jason's slideshow up on the screen, and it shows off even more of his previously made artworks. That video was nice, but these are some of the final products. So talking to our visiting artist, Jason, sounds like we will be doing a little bit of prep work. So the second half of the day, we'll be making another one of those giant yo-yos. And to be able to create that in the first place, we have to do this prep work where we create these quote-unquote stuff cups. And a stuff cup is kind of as it sounds, it's a cup of glass that we will later on stuff and then use to create a bubble of glass. So this glass, it could have patterns to it. It could just have a solid color across the entire surface. We'll just have to kind of wait and see what they go for. And I also heard that the yo-yo that we make in the second half of the day is going to be a little bit bigger, which is hard to imagine because that last one we made was already so big. So just to point out a couple of things in our hot shop, this right here is our glass furnace, a large tank with a closed door that we've just gone inside of. And sitting inside of here is a giant ceramic crucible filled with up to about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. And this stays at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It stays on 24/7. We never turn that furnace off. So this is where we start all of our projects. This is where we get all the molten material, and we always have to start with that clear on the end of our pipe and then kind of build upon it. And using that little bit of clear on the end of our pipe, we then went inside of a box on the wall. This was preheating pieces of color up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the temperature we need everything to be up to and kept at in the hot shop to be able to work with it or basically do anything with it. So we've just picked that up on the end of our pipe. We're heating it up further. And the color itself, it starts out in a bar form. We get it shipped in these really large bars, and then we'll basically break them apart into smaller sections. And we can't quite see through that color, but I believe we already have a small bubble inside of it. So this is a blowpipe. Anytime you see us with our mouths on the end of the pipe, we're blowing air into it and expanding that glass like a balloon. So now we have a bubble of color on the end of this pipe. Most likely they'll let this sit and cool down and then start gathering layers of clear over top of it. Oh yeah, if anyone's curious, over on the right, they're doing some kind of hands-on experiences. This is something that you guys can sign up for too, but you come down on the floor and you make something small like an ornament or a float or a paperweight. Like, what does the material look like before we melt it down, maybe? So we use a soda lime glass in this hot shop. This is really common to use in basically any hot shop. So there's a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone, mostly silica sand, of course. And I believe the mixture we still use is just kind of that raw sand mixture, and it's kind of clumped together to prevent it from being too dusty. We just throw it in the furnace, melt it down for a day, and it melts into a pool of molten glass inside of that tank. And yeah, I mean, you could imagine the inside of the tank is like a jar of honey. It's pretty deep. Now, next at the center bench, Jason has gone in with the jacks, those two metal blades, and squeezed down near the pipe. So this is where we'll break this bubble off of the pipe later on. And this is the point where we really expand the glass and then start shaping it. And just to talk about color real quick, the color that you see here is, of course, not the final color of the glass. The glass is just so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat, kind of like lava, and it's glowing orange. Sometimes if it's a little bit cooler, it'll glow red, or if it's a little hotter, it'll glow yellow, but same idea. But when this starts cooling down, that's when we see the true color of the glass. And we've just marked the very end of the bubble using a piece of chalk. I believe this is where we will be attaching another pipe a little bit later on, and we just want to give ourselves a target to hit when we attach that pipe. And we've just brought another pipe over with a little bit of clear glass on the end, basically just as an attachment point. This is attached right to the center of the bottom, that target we created. Then we break the piece off of the pipe. So now that we have broken this off, we'll be able to start working from the other side. We have a small opening that was created. We'll start flaring it open, flaring it out as wide as we need it. Right here, we're not trying to open the piece quite yet. We're just centering it to the pipe better. And I know there are quite a few new people that have just joined in. So just to point out, we have visiting artist Jason Christian in the hot shop today. And he's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. Everyone else around him, they are basically assisting him in creating the work that he's aiming to create today. And he will be here through tomorrow as well. He's making some of his giant yo-yos out of glass. And the way that these are created, they are two large discs of glass connected by kind of a marble in the center. And we do have some photos of these to show off. So could I have Jason's slideshow, please? Thank you. So Jason creates a pretty wide variety of his work. But I would say the yo-yos are pretty popular, so you'll see him make those relatively frequently. And you'll see a lot of them throughout this slideshow. Now, Jason Christian is a local artist who's born and raised on Whidbey Island and is still a current integral member of Dale Chihuly's Boathouse team working in Seattle. And he started blowing glass at about 21 years old. Now, nostalgia inspires some of his most significant works, including these yo-yos, of course, which this is an example of the yo-yos right here. The one we created earlier had an even higher level of detail. It had a marble with kind of a disc or a ring going around the side of it in the center of the two larger discs. So it looked like almost like a planet inside. Now, at the center bench, we have fully flared this cup of glass open. And we'll pretty much leave it like this. And some of you guys remember, we're just doing a little bit of prep work right now. We created one of these full yo-yos earlier today, really just 20 minutes ago. We finished it. And we're going to be creating another one of these in the second half of the day, using up most of our time in that second half of the day. So we're just doing a little bit of prep work for that. So next we'll start gathering up layers of clear on another pipe, which you can see at the center bench already. We'll gather up enough to fit inside of this cup, and then we'll quite literally just stuff that clear glass inside of the cup and pick it up. And that's why they call these stuff cups, of course, is because they are made to be stuffed. And we're starting another process over on that left bench. We've blown out a bubble. This also has a color on the surface of it. We'll probably continue to gather layers of clear over top of this just to build up some mass. So to use this stuff cup, we'll pull out a heated ring, place it on the floor. We always make sure that any metal that touches blown glass is warmed up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We don't want any cold metal to touch the hot glass, which can cause it to crack pretty quickly. And it looks like we're gathering just a little bit more clear. Needed just a little bit more mass to fit inside of that cup. And next we break this cup off of the pipe by applying a little bit of water just to the very end and then tapping the pipe. And this is set upright into that heated ring. And next we come over with that solid clear glass and just stuff it right inside of that cup. And just based off of the size of this and the fact that it's solid, this is telling me that this is turning into a marble, which is going to be the center of our yo-yo. So while we work on shaping this solid glass at the center bench into a marble, over on the left bench we're working with some blown glass, and once again this is going to turn into a little bit of a larger stuff cup. And you know, we do have a video that shows how we use these stuff cups. You're not going to see it for a little while, how we use this larger one. So could we have the stuff cup video, please?
There are various ways to color molten glass, each allowing the artist to experiment with different effects and designs. One way is to create a color cup. Color cups are used to push a design to the edges of the glasswork, creating a jewel-like, opaque, or textured finish. Artists can create color cups in advance as raw materials or break off a fresh cup for use. Once heated to about 1,000 degrees, a cup is stuffed or encased around a clear glass bubble. The color cups can be layered, heated, and shaped to create unique designs and patterns in the final piece of glasswork.
Thank you. Yeah, so at the end of the video, we actually got a little glimpse of the yo-yo that you're going to see in the second half of the day today. Yeah, these are huge pieces of glass, and that's why we have this large hole turned on right here in the back. Every other one that we have is smaller than that one. This one just allows us to make wider pieces of glass. Now, the only limitation is to the size of glass that we could create is what can fit inside of our annealers, which are the large black boxes on our far walls. And these cool the glass properly, which prevents them from breaking. So as long as it can fit in that box, then we're fine. And to create the perfect sphere shape, we're using a ring tool, and this is just as it sounds. It's a ring that is a tool that is a ring. This just creates basically even pressure across the entire sphere at the same time. And then eventually to break this off with a pipe, we'll break it off from this divot that has been created. So while we've been creating this sphere, the center bench, over on the left bench we've been blowing a bubble of colored glass. This will eventually be brought over and they will connect the two together to create that shape that I was attempting to describe earlier. It's almost like a planet. It has a marble in the center and then it has kind of a ring all the way around the outside, just around the center of it. So going in with a piece of chalk, Jason is marking a circle. You could kind of just think of this as a target on the very end of the bubble. Also, we'll be using this big box throughout the day, this large silver box here. This is called the garage. And anything that we put inside of it or just keep inside of it in general is kept at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is helpful to preheat things up to a temperature that we can start to heat up and work with in the hot shop, or to just keep it at a steady temperature and not allow it to break. So we've set our marble aside in there. We'll just keep it warm while we continue to do the rest of our prep work. So we just brought over another pipe with a little bit of clear glass as an attachment. And once that's connected, we apply a little bit of water to the file and tap the pipe. That pops a piece off of its original pipe. The idea behind this is mostly just flipping the orientation of the piece, so now we can start to open this up from the small opening that was created just now. And there have been so many new people that have joined in here and there that I should probably introduce our visiting artist that we have today. So once again, we have Jason Christian. He's the one sitting and working at the center bench, and everyone else is kind of just assisting him in creating these pieces. And specifically today, we are seeing him create his yo-yos. And these are huge pieces of glass. So we are using this large hole in the back here. You can see the diameter is much larger than any of the other ones in the hot shop. It's always just really impressive to see them working with this much glass. And eventually, when we actually do start creating this yo-yo, they sometimes will need 3 people to lift the piece at any point in time. There'll be 2 people supporting the weight from the front where the glass is, and then there'll be 1 person in the back. But Jason Christian, he's a local artist, born and raised on Whidbey Island, and still works in Seattle as part of Chihuli's Boathouse team. And he started blowing glass at about 20 years old. So he's been blowing glass for a little while. And everyone that you'll see on the floor here, they're all pretty experienced. And if anyone's curious, we do have something completely different going on the right bench. They're doing some hands-on workshops over there. This is something that you guys can sign up for too. And yeah, they're just making things like ornaments and paperweights, having fun. And we've just started to flare this piece of glass open at the center bench. This needs to be opened up a little bit more. Now at this point, it looks like we're getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. And this is just temporary. We're going to be placing this piece of glass inside of the box in the front. The only difference between this box and the ones on our far walls is that it loads from the top. And this is really helpful because we can place this cup up right in there, and then later on we can come by and we can just open up the top and pick it up again from the opening of the cup. So yeah, this has been broken off. It's going to be placed and kept in here just about 900 to 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then later on in the day, we'll be able to blow another bubble of glass, stuff it inside, and use that color. Yeah, if anyone has any questions, by the way, feel free to just grab my attention and let me know. It can be just anything glass related. Doesn't even have to be something you've seen in the museum or the hot shop necessarily. So the glass we use in here is a soda lime glass, and it's mostly just silica sand, but there's a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone. This is a soda lime glass. Another really common type of glass is borosilicate. It's apparently used for Pyrex and also scientific glassware like beakers, and that, as the name might suggest, is made from boron and silicate, or silica sand. So today we're going to see a yo-yo made in the hot shop. We made one earlier today, and they turn out huge. The one that was made was maybe about this wide across, and the one that we'll be making in the second half of the day is supposed to be even bigger, apparently. And we do have some examples of these. There's a video that I've been wanting to play for a little bit since there's so many new people that is Jason kind of talking about his work, and it shows part of the process of creating one of those yo-yos. So you guys should be able to get kind of an idea of the process.
My name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Whidbey Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. We're making really big yo-yos. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. The patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny, when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. You know, I met a lot of these guys, you know, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
Yeah, so in that video you guys saw a pretty good glimpse of those yo-yos. So one of those will be made in the second half of the day using the components that we're creating right now. At the center bench, Jason is using a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to kind of smooth and even out the surface of the glass. And this is mostly just to make sure the bubble blows out evenly from within all of this glass, which might be kind of hard to see that bubble underneath all that color, but just believe it's there. And just like earlier, we go in with the jacks and create this divot near the pipe. This is where we break the bubble off of the pipe later on. We'll always do this before we even finish off the shape and finish expanding the glass. And this pad, I mentioned it a long time ago, but this is just folded up newspaper soaked with water. This is as close as we get to using our hands to shape the glass. Yes, so surprisingly, the pipe doesn't really heat up all that much. A lot of the tools, including the pipes, the tables, everything, they're all made out of stainless steel. And the heat will only travel maybe about this far down the pipe. And that's just because apparently steel is a pretty poor conductor of heat. Now, the larger amounts of glass that we work with, of course, that is going to produce more heat. But this is a pretty small amount, especially compared to what we'll see later in the day. So with the center bench, they're trying to make an opening in the end of the bubble. And this will make it so that the bubble is open on both ends technically, because if we blow into the end of the pipe, that air should just pass all the way through and just go out the other end. And it looks like we're keeping the marble warm over on the left bench. So that's telling me that eventually we will be connecting these two pieces of glass together. So from that small opening, Jason is going in with the jacks and just continuing to widen it. And this will probably just be opened up until they have kind of these straight walls. All of our various furnaces, they all run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass molten inside of the glass furnaces, those stay at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit exactly, and they stay at that temperature 24/7. But everything else we actually are able to shut off, and then we just turn it on maybe an hour or so before we get started. Don't really need more than an hour to heat it up. And the heats of these torches are different as well. The large fluffy flame is around the same temperature as the furnaces, but this smaller handheld one, you can already see how bright this flame is glowing, and that can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Just a really impressive amount of heat. They use it frequently for things like sculpting or just any small details like heating up connection points, for example, which is what we're doing right now. We're going to heat up just the rim of this cup, and then eventually we'll bring that marble over and attach it just to the opening. So we've just brought that marble over, placed it inside of the opening of our cup, and then we're actually breaking this cup away from its original pipe. And this will eventually allow us to flare the cup open from the opposite side and create kind of this ring around the marble itself. So when we're heating this glass up right now, we're mostly focusing the heat on the front half of the piece. We don't want to heat up that connection between the cup and the marble too much. And we'll slowly start to flare this open. So the process of flaring this open happens pretty quickly. We use 2 wooden blades instead of metal blades. These are called the Pachofis, and we use those to flare the piece open. This just prevents any gouging or scraping in the glass that the metal blades could possibly cause, especially from the tips of those blades. And now we'll just work on straightening this disc out and working on this connection point. This connection point is probably going to be the hardest thing to work on because it's pushed right up against that cold marble of glass. And could we have Jason's slideshow real quick, please? Thank you. So for those who just joined in, I just wanted to show you the slideshow, which includes some of these yo-yos like you're seeing up on the screen now, because this is what we'll be making in the second half of the day. We're just doing a little bit of prep work for it right now. And this disc with this marble in the center, almost like a planet, this is going to be the center of the yo-yo. And all of this glass has been designed and made by our visiting artist today, Jason Christian. He's one who's sitting and working at the center bench. And yeah, this slideshow shows off the varieties of patterns that Jason creates in the glass, as well as just the pieces themselves. And this is a really large project. These pieces, the photos almost don't do them justice because they're so huge. Oh, and this is something I'll mention more throughout the day today, but we do have a live stream every time we're doing work down in the hot shop. So if you guys are curious about seeing what the process looked like for our earlier piece, if you can't stick around for the second half of the day, for example, then you can just pull up our live stream and either just watch years ago or just yesterday or right now. We save every single live stream on YouTube. And of course, as our pieces of glass get wider, we have to open more and more doors to be able to fit inside. But we're trying to preserve the heat as well, so we'll frequently close those doors again. So we're breaking this off inside of our top load annealer. Once again, this allows us to pick it up again later on. All we have to do is go over and kind of gently place some glass on top of it, and that will connect to our piece. So this is going to stay warm in there at about 900 to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit until we're ready to use it later on. So that was the last of our prep work. When we come back from our lunch, you'll see us actually put this piece together. Might have a little bit more prep work to do, but these pieces, just based off of the last one, once we have all the prep work done, take about 3 hours. But yeah, so we will see you in about an hour from now. We'll return at about 2:10. We'll have the official return time posted on the screen. And thanks for stopping by. Oh, we work till 5 p.m. every day. Yeah. And Jason's going to be here tomorrow as well. So once again, if you can't see the second half of the day, we will be here tomorrow. All right, so welcome into the Hot Shop, everyone. If you haven't already gotten a little introduction as to what we're doing, we have a visiting artist in here, and his name is Jason Christian. He's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench right now. Everyone else here is kind of supporting him in creating what he's creating today, which these pieces that we're working on are actually these giant yo-yos made out of glass. And we started the prep work for this earlier already, and we're just moving on to creating the yo-yo itself. Now, if you were here earlier, we made one of these earlier, finished it at about noon. The one that we're making now is apparently going to be even bigger than the last one, which is pretty exciting. So to start off, we have created a clear bubble of glass. We have this at the center bench. And eventually this will be stuffed inside of a cup to pick it up. And this cup is resting inside of the box in the front right here. It's sitting at just about 900 to 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in there. Maybe a little bit warmer. So we can't see it from kind of our seated positions, but we're stuffing that bubble inside of a cup of colored glass right now. And we've just picked this up. So we have a little bit of an overhang. As you can see, the cup isn't quite touching down all the way around the bubble. So we'll heat this up, start rolling it on the table here called the marver. And this is going to slowly kind of push that cup and contour it to the rest of the bubble. And could we have Jason's slideshow up on the screen, please? So I know some of you guys have gotten to see this already, but I just wanted to point out throughout the slideshow there are some of these yo-yos placed in there, and I just want to point out exactly how they turn out. And he creates a pretty wide variety of works. A lot of them use very special patterning inside of them, coming from cane originally. And cane is just these sticks of colored glass. And these are some yo-yos right here up on the screen. And once again, these end up pretty large. Oh yeah, and if anyone's curious, over on the right, this is completely unrelated, but they're doing some hands-on workshops over there. So people can come down and make things like ornaments and floats and paperweights. And this is something that you guys can look into as well. I think you just have to ask the front desk about it. So right now Jason's using a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to kind of smooth out and even out the surface of the glass. And it just helps the bubble blow out evenly from within all of this glass. That's kind of the idea behind it. So right here we're angling the glass down towards the floor. You can see how quickly this changed the shape of the piece so far. So sometimes we will use gravity as a tool to either lengthen or shorten the bubble. And this is especially helpful for things like vases and cups, for example. And we've been using this pad throughout the day. This is actually just folded up newspaper soaked with water. I know that sounds like an odd tool, but it's very commonly used, and it's as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. So the reason we have these different holes throughout the hot shop, these reheating chambers, is just to work at different places. And in this case, we have the largest hole on right here at the center bench. But this one I hardly ever see on. I've seen it on maybe like 4 times or 5 times in the past couple of years. And it's just because this piece that we're making right now, the circumference or the diameter is going to be so large that it wouldn't physically be able to fit inside any of the other ones. So that is kind of the difference between these furnaces. Oh, and then also just to point out a wildly different furnace, the tank with the closed door there, that is our glass furnace. So pretty soon we'll be going inside of that tank and we'll be gathering a fresh layer of clear glass on the end of our pipe. So this is where we start all of our projects, and this is where we hold all of our material. Yeah, whenever we gather a new layer of clear, we always let this previous layer cool down for quite a bit. So we're just sitting and waiting for the air to just cool it down naturally. And sometimes if the glass is thick enough, we have to make sure that the outside doesn't cool down too much while the inside is cooling. So we're just briefly heating it. And by the way, I will point out the color that you see here is pretty accurate to the final product. Usually when we're working in the hot shop, the colors are just a little bit off. So once again, this is our glass furnace that we're using right here. It's a giant ceramic crucible filled with molten glass at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it stays at that temperature 24/7. We never turn it off or turn it down. And this is our pipe cooler. We have a view of this up on the screen. So maybe a little bit hard to tell, but Jason has pushed most of the clear glass to the very end of the bubble and created kind of this tapered shape out of it. You can see it especially well if you're looking straight from the side of the piece, like this area of the audience is. You can kind of see where the color is separated from the clear. But this area, they want to leave the glass really thick to the point where the final product will essentially have a little nub of glass on the end. And this is where we'll be connecting the two discs together to create the yo-yo shape. So this nozzle is actually just blowing some compressed air, and they're blowing it onto the very end of the bubble, the same place they have that thick amount of clear, trying to prevent it from blowing out in that direction. So we stretch the bubble out just a little bit more, and we're rolling it on the marver now. And when we roll the glass on the marver, this can be to shape the bubble, but In some cases, it can also be to cool the glass in a certain area. So we're cooling the glass even more down closer to the end of the bubble, kind of preventing it from blowing out in that direction. Also, when people are working with the glass, you can actually kind of feel or sense the texture through the tools that you're using and the way that it moves. So when the glass is fresh out of the furnace, it's kind of the texture of honey. And at that point, we could do some casting with it. For example, we can literally pour it into a mold. It's very liquidy. At this point, it's more of like a taffy or a putty. It's stretchy and it's workable, but it's not brittle like a finished product would be. What you guys might imagine glass to be. Yes, so as this piece gets blown out more and more, and eventually we're going to open it up into that disc shape, we're going to have to open more doors up to be able to fit inside of that hole. And there's so much heat coming out of it. That furnace, it runs between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, just blasting you right across the front of your body. And so we'll use this wooden shield to prevent your hands from getting too toasty. And that's also why we're holding up these wooden paddles at the bench too, by the way. And this is also why Jason has a sleeve on his arm. All of those are just preventative measures, especially when we're working with large amounts of glass like this. So we're capping the pipe, which means that we're keeping a hand or finger over the end, just preventing air from escaping the bubble. And we were angling it towards the ceiling. So earlier we were stretching it out, but this time we want the glass to slump down onto itself, creating a squatter, wider shape. And this is what we do in preparation for creating a low bowl or a plate or a platter. Just if we want that low, short shape, then we have to create this low, kind of wide bubble. In spinning the glass really quickly, this is creating centrifugal force, which is pulling the glass outward. So we were doing a little bit of that too. And you'll see that again later on when we actually flare the glass open into a plate shape. So this is just 1/2 of the yo-yo, of course. We'll have to blow another bubble. And to make sure that they end up being the same size as a disc, we're just taking the width measurement and we'll blow the second bubble out to that same width. And right now we're not altering the shape of this piece too much at the center bench. We'll leave it basically as is and let it stay warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we'll start preparing some other components. So over on that left bench, I believe if I'm not mistaken, this bit of glass on the end of this blowpipe has been blown through and is completely open-ended. So if we were to blow into the end of the pipe, that air just passes through. This is creating basically a collar of clear glass around the pipe. And we'll be able to use this by bringing it over and picking something up out of the annealer over here in the front with the stairs. And it'll probably be a piece of glass kind of like these right here. I don't want to pick them up because they're so precious, but these are cup or tube-shaped pieces of glass, and they are open on the end that's resting on the table. We'll connect the pipe over that opening, and this creates a bubble of patterned glass on the end of our pipe. And these patterned pieces of glass were created on a previous date just to save a little bit of time. Yeah, they're just preheating inside of that box over there. So next, we carry this bubble of glass over to the garage. The garage, this large silver box, will place things inside of it throughout the day, and this is either to heat them up to or keep them at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is a really happy medium temperature for glass, despite how hot it sounds. It's not hot enough to melt the glass, so it just keeps it barely warm enough to where we can pull it out again later on and then use it. So we've just come over to our top load annealer. And once again, this collar of clear glass, this will stick to just the opening of this cup that we've just pulled out. And this immediately has to go into our furnace. We have to make sure that everything stays warm at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And there is probably a very small opening in the end of this cup, just like the ones we have on the front table. So we'll close off the end, and then this creates just a single bubble of that glass on the end of our pipe. And it's really hard to describe the patterning that we have on this bubble, so I actually have a diagram to show it off a little bit. Could I have the reticello diagram, please? Yeah, this patterning is called reticello, and the best way to describe it is basically all these crisscrossing lines of color across the entire surface of the glass. And this diagram really helps out visually. Oh, there we go. So we use something called cane, which are these sticks of colored glass. We could pick them up on the end of the pipe, whether it be on top of a bubble of glass or just on top of a collar like we just created here. And then we'll twist this cane in one direction, blow a cup, and then we will do that same process again, except twisting the cane in the opposite direction. And then when we layer these on top of each other by stuffing one inside of the other, this creates all these overlapping lines of color. And inadvertently, because the cane has a texture of kind of ridges across the surface of the glass, this also traps small air bubbles, and that's just part of the reticello design, kind of like the top right corner. So that's the pattern that we have on our glass at the center bench right now. You won't be able to see that pattern as well until we start to blow it out further. And just to kind of reiterate, that bubble that we blew earlier, that we just set aside in that silver box, we are going to basically create that same shape using the same amount of glass using this patterned bubble right here. And then we have already prepared the center of the yo-yo, which is a large glass marble with kind of a ridge or a disc around the side of it. Kind of reminds me of a planet with like a belt, for example. And this is going to be the center of the yo-yo. We've already created that. We'll create this bubble, and then we'll pick up the center of the yo-yo, and then eventually we'll bring over that bubble and attach everything together. And to finish the piece off, that's when they start flaring it open into those plate-like shapes. It is a really big process, but it's just such a detailed, complex piece. So to close off this small opening, looks like Jason's going in with the jacks, those two metal blades. We're going to completely just cut the end piece off. So now this bubble is completely sealed off. If we were to blow into the end of the pipe, it would just start to expand that glass. We can continue to work with it. Yeah, just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just grab my attention and let me know. At this moment, we're just letting this glass bubble cool down quite a bit. We've already smoothed the shape out. We've taken the end off and sealed the end of the bubble and just kind of fixed it up overall. We're letting it cool in preparation for gathering another layer of clear over top of it, mostly just to build up some mass for this half of the piece. And we'll probably have to gather at least a couple of layers of clear. We just want to make sure we have the same amount of glass as our first half. So now that we've let this glass cool enough, we can gather our next layer of clear, which if you haven't seen our glass furnace yet, this is where we get all of our fresh molten or raw material. This is a soda lime glass that we have loaded up in our furnace. This is a soda ash limestone, mostly silica sand mixture. And just like all of the previous times, we always sit down and use the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool, before we start blowing out the bubble. We'll usually use it twice in a row, just making sure that heat is evenly distributed and the glass itself is evenly distributed. And for anyone new that's joined in, I just want to mention again that we have a visiting artist. His name is Jason Christian. He's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. Everyone else who is working with him, they're just kind of supporting him and creating his artwork. And the artwork that we'll see today are his yo-yos. And these turn out to be pretty huge pieces of glass, definitely not life-size or yo-yos, there we go. And we made one of these earlier in the day, finished it at about noon, and this one is apparently going to be even larger. So this is still not even all the glass that we need for half of the yo-yo. We're letting it cool down and we'll gather another layer of clear over top of this just to build up even more mass. So all of our tools, including the pipe and the tables, they're all made out of stainless steel. And yeah, I know I get a lot of questions about how the pipe doesn't heat up. There's a certain area that we avoid on the pipe, and it's that area where you can kind of see a gradient going from that silver color all the way to basically black on the end of the pipe. And that's the area we avoid touching. But that's pretty much as far as the heat goes. So we've just gathered one more layer of clear. And we're actually dripping some of this off into a bucket. And I got a question about reusing glass earlier, so this is a good segue into an answer. This bucket is specifically clear glass only, so anytime we put any clear glass in there. Eventually it'll be broken up and then thrown back into the furnace, completely reusing it. And this is the most of our kind of like leftover or scrap glass. It tends to be clear, so we do end up reusing most of our glass. And once again, this nozzle is blowing some compressed air onto the glass. Really, it's the same idea as blowing on a hot piece of food. It's supposed to cool it down a little bit faster than if you were to just leave it alone. So over there we have a pipe cooler. We just don't have a great view of it on the screen, but it's a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. And yeah, it's usually used after we gather clear glass because we have to stick the pipe pretty deep into that furnace so the heat really gets absorbed. And we've sat back down and we're using this pad again, which once again, this is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. Yeah, we'll be using this a lot throughout the entire process, but it's as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. And contrary to what you might think, Jason is putting on another layer, and this isn't probably because he's cold, but it's probably to protect his arms a little bit more from the heat radiating off of the glass, or even to protect himself from the heat that's radiating out of the furnace. But yeah, frequently when we're working with large amounts of glass, you will see people wear quite a bit more clothing, even though it's a lot hotter. So one of the only tools that we put wax on are the jacks, those two metal blades. We make sure that they are pretty well waxed before we use them on our piece. If we don't, then it can cause a little bit of scraping and definitely a lot of screeching noises, which is very uncomfortable. And just like our last bubble, we're also rolling this on the marver. We're cooling the front down, keeping the back warm. And I just want to point out, since we're going to start really blowing this out into that shape that we saw earlier, that as they blow this out, the pattern will become more and more obvious, so just keep an eye out for that. The color will also start changing quite a bit. Right now it's just so hot that it's glowing orange like lava, but I promise it's not the final color. And next we're going in with the jacks, these two metal blades, squeezing down near the pipe just where that pattern kind of ends. This is where we'll break the piece off of the pipe later on. This is the jack line. Now this still isn't blown out to its full size. They'll create the jack line first and then they fully blow it out and kind of finish the shape off. So once again, the way that we make sure these two sides of our yo-yo turn out the same is we blow each of the bubbles out to the same width. So we're just double checking with these calipers, just going in, making sure that our second bubble, this one, is turning out the same width as the one we've already created. And I know that some of you guys joined in a little bit later, so I just want to point out we already have 1/2 of the yo-yo kind of prepared. It's not fully in a disc yet or anything yet, but it's sitting inside of this silver box right here called the garage, and somebody's keeping it warm inside of there at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're getting ready to bring out the center of our yo-yo that's been keeping warm inside of this box in the front right here, over on the right side of the hot shop. We were heating up this glass on the end of a pipe. This will act basically as a connection point. So just like that, we've picked up our disc. So now you can see the shape of this a lot better. It's basically this large glass marble, and it has a disc or a ring all the way around on the outside of it. And we will be superheating these two connection points to the very end of the bubble where we have this nub of glass. And then we'll also start heating up the opposite side of the marble from where it's connected. And then eventually we'll just bring the two of these pieces together. And this is definitely a balance. They have to keep the pieces of glass overall pretty cold. We just want to heat up those connection points and nothing else. So we've been using these small focused flames. These are super hot. They could get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it looks like we've heated up those two connection points enough to bring our pieces together. And after making that connection, Jason just cools that connection a little bit, straightens it out using a metal tool. And once he knows that's set up, they break away this second pipe by tapping on it. And that pops away. So now we have 2 of 3 pieces assembled for this overall yo-yo. We're still just continuing to keep the other half of the yo-yo warm inside of this silver box. And while they're touching this up a little bit, I think I have enough time to show you guys a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. So could I have that slideshow, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen this slideshow yet, up on the screen, Jason Christian's previously made artwork is going by, and this is what the yo-yos look like as a final product. And we also have one of his dragons on the front pedestal right here, which is super impressive. If anyone wants to take a closer look, you're always welcome to come down to the bottom of the stairs. And right now Jason is heating up the very end of this marble. And this is where it was connected to that previous pipe, as you might remember. Well, there's only a layer of color kind of on the very outside of the marble. In this area where we broke the pipe away, reveals a window into the clear inside. So we'll probably pick the end of this marble off with some tweezers and cut that glass off and just make sure that it looks all color on the surface of the piece. So once there was enough heat, Jason picked up the end of the marble and then completely cut it off using a pair of diamond shears. So now that color goes all the way to the very end of the marble. And I know there's a few new people that just joined in, so I just wanted to mention once again that we are making a giant yo-yo out of glass right now. And we already have kind of half of the yo-yo done. This bubble that's attached to the pipe is eventually going to be opened up into a plate-like shape. And this disc on the end, this is the center of the yo-yo. We have one more bubble that we created. We're starting to preheat it over on the left bench now. We've just brought it out of the garage. And we're straightening that disc back out before we attach the second half of the yo-yo. Yeah, I'm not great at estimating the weight of the glass, but even if something is only like 25 to 30 pounds, it feels so much heavier when it has all that leverage of being on the end of the pipe. I've been told that it feels about 5 times as heavy as it actually is. So we've just brought over our final component. We'll start heating up our last 2 connection points. Oh, and if you're curious, we always heat up the area where the glass is connected to the pipe as well. This area gets cold super quickly and it cracks really easily. So we're just making sure to build up some heat in that area before we move on, before it cracks. So to connect these two final pieces, our visiting artist, Jason Christian, he will get outside of the bench and kind of line himself up parallel to the connection point so you can see what he's doing a little bit better. And we bring our second piece over. And using a Kevlar glove, Jason guides this piece into place. And right now he's going in with a file. He's filing at that connection point. And then a tap of the pipe, and we have all of our pieces assembled. So this piece is ridiculously long now. They have to make sure to keep everything warm, and they'll start opening up this bubble on the very end, furthest away from the pipe, flare it out into a disc. So to make sure we're not heating up any delicate connections or any thin areas of the glass, we're going to start spot heating with these fluffy torches. So these are pretty loud, so I just want to point out that I have closed captioning on the screen before I move on. But these torches, they run around the same temperature as our furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But they'll heat up just a section of glass at a time. So we'll just focus a bunch of heat to the front of the piece and then any areas that are getting too cold. And then we give it an overall flash, which flashing is just the process of putting the entire thing into the hole and just heating everything up. And to start opening this up, Jason first was starting with the jacks, those two metal blades, but as soon as it's open enough, he'll start using these wooden blades instead, which any wooden tool we use in the hot shop, it is going to burn and get used up over time, but these wooden blades are important. They're very soft on the glass, so they don't cause any gouging or scraping versus the metal blades. Yeah, we're starting to use this focused flame. Obviously, this is a lot hotter than those fluffy torches that we're using, so this could probably get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, this smaller bright blue flame. And these are those two wooden blades that I was mentioning earlier, the Pachofis. Now eventually we will get this wide enough to the point where we don't quite have to force it open anymore. Instead, we'll start heating it up and then spinning the pipe relatively quick, and this is going to create centrifugal force and pull the glass outward on its own. And this is how they kind of finish off plate-like shapes or discs. It's also how they create wavy bowls, for example, those bowls that have the waves or ribbons around the edge, kind of a ribbon pattern. And the way that those are created is they flare them open really quickly and then they hang them down while they're still hot, and then the glass folds on itself. So yes, just like magic, we went inside of the furnace, heated it up, we come out and it's a full disc. But we do have a little bit more altering to do from here. This is supposed to be a yo-yo, so we want each side of the yo-yo to be almost like a dome. So it's going to push the glass down kind of back onto itself a little bit by applying pressure to the front using these newspapers, and then also pushing in on the back using the pachofis, just where that glass is connected to the center of the yo-yo. Now imagine we're going to have to do this entire process to the other side of the piece as well. So to get access to the other side of the piece, eventually we'll be attaching a pipe to the face of this side that we just finished, and then we'll break it off of its original pipe, the one it's on right now. So we've made a little circle with chalk on the very end of the disc. And this is just giving us a target to hit when we bring over another pipe and attach it to the center of the end of this disc. And then once again, we'll break this entire piece off of the pipe that it's on right now. And this is going to flip the orientation. It's going to allow us to start to flare this other side open into a disc as well. Yeah, we use a surprising amount of glass to attach this second pipe to the very end of the piece. That's what they're working on over on the left bench. So we're just keeping this piece of glass warm. We're torching the area where the glass is connected to the pipe, and we're torching any quote-unquote weak areas of the glass, so anywhere it's thin or sticking out really far away from the center of the mass. And then we go in for a full heat, just making sure everything is staying warm. And it looks like we are finishing up preparing our punty, which is a second pipe that we bring over with a clear connection. We attach it somewhere on our piece. In this case, once again, we're just attaching it to the center of that target we've drawn on using a piece of chalk on the end. And this is the point where we'll start using 3 people to lift this piece. And this is partially because we want to set it down super, super gently. We don't want to cause any vibrations to travel into the piece, which can break something. And we've just attached that second pipe. Once that connection is set up, then they just break this piece off of its original pipe using a file dipped in water, and then a tap of the pipe, and this should pop, ooh, right off. So things like this can happen. Piece must have gotten a little too cold. But we do still have half of the yo-yo. This is something that they will salvage, be able to assemble to another half later on. So I know I get a lot of questions about reusing the glass. We can only reuse the clear glass, sadly, because this glass, it has multiple colors. It has layers of clear built up inside of it, so it's neither clear nor color anymore. So sadly, this is scrap. So before everyone leaves, let's give them a round of applause for all their effort that they've put in so far. Some encouragement. Thank you very much. Yeah, glass blowing is all about kind of what you can do when something like this happens. You never just give up and set it aside. And frequently, when pieces drop on the floor, they don't actually break like that. Usually they're hot enough that they almost kind of bounce, and then you can pick them up again. So it's a really difficult thing to gauge whether something is the right temperature. Sometimes you're looking for color, sometimes you're looking for movement. Whenever we're working with the glass in the later stages like this, we want it to be relatively cold, cold being about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. At that point, the glass has lost most of its color, if not all of it, and it is not moving anymore, so it's really hard to tell if it's getting too cold or if it's just right, because you don't want it moving at this point in time. But yeah, it just comes with this experience. Like, these guys have been blowing glass for a really long time, so usually they can just gauge if it's been in the furnace long enough or if they've been torching it long enough. So I could be wrong, but it looks like we're getting ready to break this piece off of the pipe and either set it aside or completely put it away and let it cool down. Usually when we're torching this area that the glass is connected to on the pipe, we're trying to heat up that connection until it starts to move. Yep, so we are preparing to break this piece off with someone who's suited up in these Kevlar gloves. This is what we always do to break a piece off of a pipe, is we'll physically carry it over to be put away. And apparently this is the same material they use for firefighting suits, interestingly enough. And to break this off, we'll apply a little bit of water. Just cracking that connection enough to pop it off. And then a tap of the pipe. And that has successfully broken away. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing off that piece. Thank you, everyone. Right, so now I get to talk about the annealer. If you haven't seen this box yet, it sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And we'll continue to fill it up until the end of the day, which then we just press a button. And it's programmed to very slowly cool for about 12 hours. And depending on the thickness of the glass, we might change that. The thicker the glass, the longer it has to sit in there. So we won't see that piece again until tomorrow. And I do have a video where Jason talks about his work and about himself as an artist. This is something I haven't gotten to play yet in the second half of the day, so that'll be popping up on the screen pretty soon. Yeah, could I have the Jason video, please?
My name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Whidbey Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I I started coming here months after it opened. So it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed. And it's a part of me and part of my career. So I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. We're making really big yo-yos. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. The patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. You know, I met a lot of these guys, you know, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and if I have a 4-year-old son, it's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
So welcome into the Hot Shop to everyone who's recently joined in. Today we have visiting artist Jason Christian. He's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench. And he's a local artist. He was born and raised on Whidbey Island and started blowing at 21 years old. And he's a current integral member of Chihuli's Boathouse team over in Seattle. And nostalgia inspires a lot of his most significant works. And this includes what we've already seen today. A lot of the pieces we've seen today, they are these giant yo-yos made out of glass. And what we'll be seeing next, apparently, are these small sculpted dragons. And these are pretty detailed. The pieces that are used for these dragons are as small as, man, I can't even imagine, maybe smaller than a pea, such as the sculpted individual eyes that we use to create these dragons. And if anyone's curious about what's happening over on the right bench, this is a hands-on workshop that we have going on. This is something that you guys can sign up for too if you ask the front desk. But yeah, this allows people to make small items like ornaments and paperweights and floats, for example. Yeah, I've just been mostly focusing on the center bench where we're seeing our visiting artist, Jason Christian. And could we have this slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So I know you guys haven't had a chance to see a slideshow yet, so this is some of Jason's previous work that you'll see up on the screen, including the piece on our front pedestal here. This is the only physical example of his work that we have in here today. So we've already started our next project at the center bench right here. So Jason has a solid bit of glass on the end of his pipe. In the way that we've gotten color for our little dragons that we'll see today is through something called frit, which are shards of colored glass. You can kind of imagine it like colored sand. But we'll take our molten clear glass and we'll roll it in those shards to pick them up. So if you look close enough, you could see kind of a speckled surface of red for this piece. And when we work with red in the hot shop, it's really odd. When it's hot, it looks brown or gray or black. But when it cools down again overnight, it turns back to that bright cherry red. So we've lengthened the shape of this glass quite a bit, and this is going to allow us to wrap some more glass around it in kind of a spiral all the way down the piece. And to do this, creating really even increments in between those lines of color, we're using these specific rollers, and we can adjust these to create different spacing in our lines. So bringing over a bit of clear, this is touched down on the moil, which is the glass that's physically connected to the pipe. And then as they turn, this glass spirals all the way down the entire piece. And this is just to create a physical texture on the surface of the glass. And after applying a light amount of heat, Jason can start creating the shape of the dragon itself. So these are so small, you might not be able to quite see them yet until we use them later on, but these little round pieces of glass that we're working with in the front right here, these are the eyes for the dragon, and we're heating up 3 of them, one as a backup to attach to the dragon that we're working on right now. These are going to be preheated inside of this large silver box right here called the garage. And it preheats the glass up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the temperature that we want things to start at in the hot shop. We'll heat it up even further from there once we want to use it. Also, we've just brought over a pipe with a little bit of clear glass at the end, and this is attached to the end of our piece, allowing us to break the piece off of its original pipe. So this is basically just to flip the orientation of the piece. We'll do this for anything we create in the hot shop. And now we can work on the head of the dragon. Now this small handheld torch, you'll see us using these frequently when we're working on sculpted items, just because we have a really small focused amount of heat, so we can work on a much smaller scale. But a little fun fact, that small torch really packs a punch. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we just brought over another bit of red glass. And this is attached, and then immediately we start using a sculpting tool to flatten this glass out. And when it comes to sculpting, a lot of details are added through bits of glass that are brought over and then applied. And there we've sculpted our head, and while that glass is still fresh and molten, we immediately attach the eyes of the dragon. And it's really hard to see the details on these, but this is essentially something called Marini, which we actually have a whole bucket of it right here. It's all these little circles of glass that have images inside of them. So for this one, we basically just have a few rings of color to create the appearance of an eye. And can I have Jason's artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So I just want to show off this slideshow for any newcomers. This is our visiting artist artwork in the form of a slideshow, just showing off some of his previous works. And our visiting artist today is Jason Christian. He's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. Earlier we were making some of his yo-yos, which are giant pieces of blown glass. And then now we are working on some kind of small-scale sculpted dragons. And we're already pretty far along in this. We've created the tail, the head, and added some really small, fine details, such as the eyes. We're just continuing to bring over bit after bit of this glass and continue to add on more and more details. This is the example of the yo-yos that I wanted to show you guys here. Just imagine them like this big. And this is also a dragon that Jason made here on the front pedestal. So the color we're using this time is from something called frit, which are shards of colored glass, kind of like colored sand. And all we do is take our clear molten glass and roll it inside of the shards of color to pick them up. So if you were to look closely at this piece, you'd see speckles of color. It's not colored all the way through, just from those shards of colored glass. And as for the colors themselves, they come from different metals and minerals and oxides mixed into the raw glass mixture. And I have a couple of examples off the top of my head, such as gold chloride, which is a literal form of gold in the glass. It's one of the most expensive colors you can buy. And just to mention again real quick, over on the right, we are doing some hands-on workshops throughout the day today, which is something that you guys can participate in if you sign up at the front desk. But they're making things like ornaments and paperweights and floats, some smaller items. And it looks like we're getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. When we break these pieces off, these are tapped off onto a heated tray. Want to make sure that hot glass doesn't touch any cold metal. And then this is carried over to the garage, I believe. Yep. The garage is this large silver box. It keeps the pieces of glass that we put inside of it at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a very happy medium temperature for glass. It's not hot enough to melt it, and it's not cold enough to let it break, of course. So this is usually, we would set it aside, and then we would make something like a goblet, and the dragon would be part of the stem, for example. But these dragons might just be individual pieces of glass as well. I'm not quite sure yet. But I do know that we are going to be making multiple of them, so you'll probably see us get started on another one pretty soon. Yeah, just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know, or just grab my attention. It doesn't have to be questions about what you see down here either, just anything glass related. Yeah, so the glass that we were working with for the dragon right here, that was also red glass. But whenever it's hot in the hot shop, it has some sort of chemical appearance or reaction where it doesn't look red. So whenever it's being used, it looks brown or gray or black. but when it cools down overnight, then it'll change back to red. Yeah. Yeah, it's red right now technically. It's just doesn't have the appearance of being red at the moment. And there are some colors that are just weird like that. Like when white is completely molten, sometimes it's see-through. You can just see through the entire piece. And then when it cools down, it's completely just opaque white. So I'm actually not sure what this cup is going to be used for. Just going to kind of sit back and enjoy the ride along with you guys. But we've just pulled out a white cup of colored glass. We've attached it to the end of a blowpipe. So this is basically forming a bubble on the end of our pipe that is pre-made. And we can blow this out into a small object, or we can gather layers of clear over top of it to make a bigger piece. So the glass starts to move and become malleable at over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So technically 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit, you can start to work with it. But we're usually working with it warmer, maybe about 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit, I would assume. So I'm not sure where these pieces are going. I think that they might be sold, honestly. I don't think that they're going on display in the museum, including that dragon right there. This one's just an example piece, but it is going somewhere else. So we're starting to blow this glass out at the center bench. And to kind of guide which way it blows out, we're using a stack of newspaper soaked in water. That's all this pad is in Jason's hand. And we've blown the end pretty thin. We're next going in with this small focused flame. And then with another little puff of air, this completely blows the end of the bubble open. So we've essentially created a tube out of this single bubble of colored glass. Also, I'm sure you can tell by now, but this glass has a special pattern across the surface of it. And this is most likely coming from cane originally, which are sticks of colored glass. And we can use cane in so many different ways. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what they're doing with this yet. And with this cup at the center bench, it looks like we are sectioning it off. Essentially creating a smaller cup of this patterned glass. And this is usually prep work that you see done for something like a goblet, for example. Yeah, the glass, you could think of it as sideways pottery in a way, because you are spinning the glass on an axis, but you're working with it from, well, of course, a perpendicular orientation. But we've just brought over another pipe. We'll attach this to our cup, and those openings line up pretty much perfectly. So when we cut this cup away, this creates one completely sealed bubble on the end of that smaller pipe. And using this smaller amount of glass, we can make, of course, a smaller object, something like the bowl of a goblet, the drinking portion of a goblet. So it's really hard to see this tiny detail at the center bench, but at the very end of this pipe, we have created a small clear disc. And this is usually something we would build a foot upon for a goblet. So at the center bench, Jason is using some jacks, his 2 metal blades, to kind of squeeze into the glass near the pipe. And this is where this bubble will be removed in just a moment, really. So they'll heat this bubble up one more time, and they will quite literally drop it onto that small clear disc they created just a moment ago. And once again, this is creating the foot for a goblet. And knocking this end portion of the bubble off reveals a small opening left behind, and this is where we'll start to flare the foot open into a plate-like shape. And next we've prepared a pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end as an attachment point. We've attached this to the bottom of our foot at the center bench and broken it off of its original pipe. So now we have access to the top of the foot, and this is where we will start preparing the stem or building the stem onto the end. So first we bring over a small bit of clear, and this is wrapped around this little clear end or clear bit that we have at the top of the foot. This is just creating a platform for our stem to sit on. And we already have the stem prepared, by the way. It's this sculpted dragon that they worked really hard on earlier, really not too long ago, maybe 30 minutes ago. And it's sitting inside of this silver box right here called the garage. So soon you'll see us pull it out. It's a red dragon. It looks a little bit brown right now just because the red glass looks weird when it's hot in the hot shop. So we've just brought over a fresh bit of clear. This is attached to the top of the foot. And this is basically going to be used as glue as we go ahead and attach our sculpted dragon. And we immediately go for a flash. We want to make sure everything stays at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit to prevent any cracking and breaking. So for now, the foot and the stem are going to be kept warm inside of the garage. Once again, this large silver box just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And in the meantime, we will start working on the bowl portion of the goblet, which of course is the drinking portion. So this is going to be a larger blown section of glass. And next we brought over a bit of clear, attached this to the very bottom of our bowl that we've blown out so far. And this is being turned into something called an avolio. This is basically the connection point between the bowl and the stem of the goblet. And next we've just brought over another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end as an attachment. Then we break this bubble off from its original pipe. So we've basically flipped the orientation of the piece. We'll be able to start opening this cup up. And for those who just joined in, once again, we have visiting artist Jason Christian in the hot shop. And he's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. Right now we're working on making a goblet. And this is the drinking portion of the goblet, the bowl. We already have the stem and the foot created. They're just set aside, staying warm in this large silver box right here called the garage. And we briefly use the Sophiena, that cone-shaped tool. The cone will block off the opening to the piece. And then there's a mouthpiece on the opposite end, which we use to reinflate the glass. So now we have a much rounder and also a little bit wider shape. And next we're going in with the Pachofis. So these are two wooden blades instead of two metal blades like we were using earlier. And using the tips of these wooden blades is not going to cause any gouging or scraping in the glass, unlike those metal blades. So you can kind of widen this piece from the base on the inside. So just pointing out once again, we already have the foot and the stem of the goblet created, and now we're just finishing off the bowl of the goblet. Well, pretty soon we'll bring over another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end as an attachment, and we'll attach it to, I believe, the center of the bowl on the inside of it. And that sounds a little bit odd, but we need access to the bottom side of the bowl where we need it attached to the stem. So we've got to flip that orientation somehow. So we're heating up and cutting at this connection between the bowl and the pipe. And we've just brought that second pipe over. Once this connection is secure, they'll simply break this piece off of its original pipe. So just like that, we've flipped the orientation, and we'll soon be able to attach all of our individual components together to complete this goblet.